Hello my fellow Earthlings and YouTubers. Here I am again with another painting that I'm finished. It is actually a Patreon giveaway, so I'm gonna show you what it is. I painted this red onion and I thought it came out pretty nice. It's actually a while since I painted it now, and I waited for a frame for a long while. But that's the onion. So now it is now. During the process it actually started to, first I hoped to finish it before it started to grow, and then it started to grow, and it actually gave a little bit extra to the painting because it was kind of flat and I couldn't really figure it out. The size here is 30.30 centimeters, plus the frame is like 10 centimeters. So this is being this is a Patreon giveaway, and I'm gonna do a raffle or whatever we call it. So see who wins this. For $5 you can actually be in my Patreon giveaway every month, or if you do more, and I will actually help you with evolving your own painting skills through Patreon or whatever platform you can check it out. You find the information on Patreon. These are new things that are coming out after this. These are also Patreon giveaways. There is a landscape and there is a cranium here. Cat, and not finished yet. And you have this. And they are coming up, so stay tuned. And even more is coming, because this is actually a Patreon giveaway from November 2019. It's pretty off now, but I'm gonna pump out these giveaways as fast as I can. So now I'm gonna do the lottery, and see you there. Okay, now I'm gonna pick a person who's gonna win this, and I'm going to I have all the patrons in this jar, and what I do, I just put my hand, look away, put my hand in it and take one, and the winner is Synnøve Rønne. Synnøve Rønne. Okay. Synnøve. I'm gonna find her here, and I'm gonna send her this painting. So Synnøve, congratulations with your new painting, and I don't even know if you're a patron anymore, but you're gonna get it anyway. So because as I said in the beginning, I'm a little off, but everyone who has paid in will be a part of the lottery until the point where they actually paid in. So I'm not gonna cheat anyone. I'm gonna fill it up, and even if you haven't been a patron for a while, you can still win. So yeah, okay. I see you in the next video. Hope you give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think. Go to Patreon, support my work, I really need it. COVID has been really bad for art, so all donations are really welcome. And as I said before, I will teach you how to paint, I will help you evolve. You can add me on Facebook. For $15 a month, I will actually do a video conference with you during Skype or whatever kind of platform. So I hope you do, and with this, say hello to my avocado plant, and see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to another onion painting tutorial. Still life. I'm gonna paint this reddish onion on this canvas. It is a 30.30 canvas, and I want to do a little bit bigger canvas because I usually don't feel I can get in enough space around the object. Now it's going to become very difficult because the nuances are very close to one another, even more in reality than you see on the video, I mean. So it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be a tormenting experience, but I'm going to go into it with all my heart and all my soul, which I don't have because I'm an atheist, but that's another story for another day. Okay, see you in, and here we go with the sketching process. Okay, there we are, ready for the sketch. And as usual, I try to measure approximately. What I do, I just use this and I just measure. I can stand on a distance and do like this, and then I see this is 1. I want this 1 down there, 1 up like this. So then I want this about here and here. Now if I want a real size, it will be approximately something like this. I prefer to have it a little bit longer down like this, so that is what I'm going to do. Just going to do like this, and yeah, I've already placed something there. Just take a couple of spots and I put it here. Now there are some shine down into it here, and that's here. If I also wanted this shined, all of it, I needed to double this, and I would have to have a canvas that was basically 50.50 like this and up like here. So since I'm not going to get the whole shine in, I will keep it like this. And this is basically, well, this is the top. So the top comes basically out here somewhere, and then it goes down here, and you get this curvage, and it goes here, and I have that thing, that onion thing coming out like this with light on. So yeah, it gets quite big. I painted the other onion. It became very nice. It's here actually. I gave it away on Patreon. But I felt that I could have had a little bit more space around it. You know, if you think about the painting like this, the format should be like you didn't really need to have a frame, because the framing can give the sense of a size that is bigger, but say that you weren't supposed to have a frame on it, and should just hang on its wall, on the wall without a frame. So you think a little bit about that when you do the composition. Maybe, just an idea. Anyway, so what am I doing? Well, I am just gonna do the thing I always do. As you know, I always start somewhere with the light areas. I start with light, and I try to use the, as I say, I use the toning in the background, which is a mix between, it's just a turpentine and some raw umber, actually from Winsor & Newton. I like that one best as tone. I use Old Holm usually as when I paint, but I could actually mix those two, because the Winsor & Newton raw umber is more greenish, so I tend to like it. The Old Holland one is a little bit more reddish, I feel. And there's also this Michael Harding, which is a little bit more the same tone as Winsor Newton. So different colors, but I prefer to use Old Holm as my main paint because of the consistency or the thickness of the colors and the pigment and stuff like that. You get a lot of paint out of one tube actually. So yeah, just gonna get this approximately in. It's more difficult, but usually I will have more contrast to work with. In this onion there are less for me to work on. Luckily there are a lot of orange and stuff in this crisp. What do you call that crisp? Skull? In Norway we call it just skull. It's a skull. The cover, skull, crisp. If it was a tree, we would call it leaves, but it's not leaves. What do you call it? Somebody tell me in the description. The onion crisp. Oh. Well, it sounds like crispy chips. So, and that is why one of the reasons why I like to paint it, because it's kind of remind me of the bricks. In a way, it reminds me of bricks. I don't know why. There's something with the texture. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna as you can see, I just start very loosely. Just try to pick up all the small things as I go along. You know, now I did a mistake here, because this comes here, and since this comes all the way up here, it's a little mistake. I need to move this all over there, and like this, and that is how I sketch it. I just keep on adding and subtracting paint until I cannot get it as right as I can with my skill, with my skills. You know, we all have this skill wall, and people say, oh, this woman that I'm kind of teaching painting, a patron by the way, and she said, oh, it looks so easy for me. Well, it didn't used to be easy for me. And I posted a video on YouTube where I talk about that, a video I made on my birthday. It's my birthday. And I talk about the thing about talent and stuff. How talent is something you say people have when they have done all the dirty work. All the things they have been standing there for. So think about this. For 30 years I've been painting onions, and I haven't even come close to feeling that I actually managed to paint this onion, or paint a painting that I was totally pleased with. And I think it was Leonardo da Vinci. He said that the artist that think his own work is good, the artist that find his own work good in his own eyes, something like that, he said, is lost. You know, he just doesn't have any, he won't evolve. The day you are pleased with yourself, it just stops. So, and it's so funny to hear him say that, because it is exactly what I've been saying for many years, that people who become too pleased with themselves and start believing in their own myth, the artist myth, they do not get better. They do actually get even worse, actually. They kind of lose the pleasure of the struggle. And for me, painting is about the struggle. It is basically about this. It is about placing this onion at the right spot. And it's so silly, really. It's just totally silly. Because you should believe that it wasn't that important, but to me it basically becomes the most important thing in existence when I do these things. It's very difficult to, see. Yeah, you have the shadow too that goes underneath here. Very cool shadow. This thing is going to murder me, and I also gave it a little bit of water because I was hoping it was going to start growing. Now I'm not sure if I actually hope that anymore. Now this is a little bit to the left now, but there is a shadow coming underneath here that goes all the way over here. So if that shadow, if I didn't put this a little bit this way, it would be out of balance, I think. I might be wrong. I might find that after a while I will start moving it this way. I'm not sure, so I will just see basically what happens and take it from there. Let me see now. I like this round pencil too. When I actually do the sketching, I kind of like these round pencils too, because it's like drawing. You can use them as almost like charcoal. I'm actually going to start doing some charcoal sketches. Maybe I should do one of this one just for fun. Do a drawing also, just to see how that turns out. That would be fun. Make a drawing for every object I paint. Maybe that would be something. See. Now these red onions also is in the chocolate and reddish colors mainly. So you just have to vary all these different colors. Of course you have all the other colors too. But yeah. Let me see now, this one here comes out about here. Everything is now just approximately how far it goes out. It's very quite. Can I have a little bit of? I need to get some exercise because my shoulders hurt a little bit. I think I've been eating a little bit too much fruit, so I get some inflammation. And that is not good. So, I've been using my body a lot, so but as a painter it would be really bad if my shoulder started to hurt. Let's see now, I'm just going to use this flat pencil to give the background a little bit more darkness so I see better. was actually going to paint on a figure painting today, one of the girls, but some days you just have to take a pause, because I'm trying to finish the paintings and I'm struggling, and sometimes when you struggle you should take some kind of a vacation from the painting, just a couple of days where you put it away, don't look at it, and just let it dry a little bit and do something totally different. So you can, because sometimes when you can't really get it to become what you want it to become, you can start doubting yourself, and it can lead to, actually the other day I was thinking maybe I should just give the customer the money back, because they always pay a upfront free fee when I do commission work. But you know, I usually are able to close it. I'm usually able to get it right in the end. I just need to focus better and let myself fail. If you fail, even if you want to finish the stuff, you just have to let yourself fail sometimes and learn from it and get better. Now this looks just like a mess right now, I know. It doesn't look like anything. But I also think I have to go in this more like a surgeon after a while, and really work with all the small shines and all these things. I try to do a little bit on it every day, and would be actually, it's so red that if it starts growing, the green and yellow will be such a good big contrast. Now if it starts growing, I will paint it in. That is just me. And yeah. Okay, the shadow is underneath here. Look at that thing up there. Probably this one is going further down actually, so the shadow is down here, I think. Now also, don't let the object grow. When you have decided to put it into a certain size, if it starts to grow, it is a sign of you losing control. Making an object grow or make it bigger and bigger just because you can't get it right doesn't really solve anything. I mean, this shadow can actually maybe go out of the thing. That is actually a good thing, because then it drags it this way, and that might be fine. There's some foreground. I have no idea how many people actually watch these videos in the full, but I know some people do. There's not many, but some people actually do, and I think they learn something from it. And that's my contribution to humanity. You know that the color in the Varnish and Glaze here over the glaze, so it's almost the same color as the thing that the onion stands on. So I could have kind of used this some places as without any paint on it, but it's not what I'm after. I'm not a sketch artist, I'm a painter who goes for substance and the dimension of time. If you can produce too many paintings too fast, it is a bad sign. Good things takes time. Everything good takes time. Well, maybe you have exceptions like Van Gogh, some of his landscapes and stuff, but anyway, in my view, good things takes time. Okay, here. Is that a little bit more? Should it have been? Did I do a mistake here? There's a distance from there to this one, which is longer, so this will actually be approximate out here. So you just have to find that balance, and that is it is a very subtle balance, actually. Yeah, I think that was more like it. Maybe. This one might go a little bit more down. There's a line behind here which comes out approximately here. I'm not going to paint that line. I'm going to kind of make a little difference in the hues and the colors, so it indicates that it's a little bit different there. A bit of white. See, I'm not pouring in a lot of thick colors right now, because I want to be sure that I'm pleased with the composition before I close the deal. And I'm not really sure. I feel like it should have been a little bit more that way still. And maybe I did it actually a little bit too big. Yes, I did, actually. It's too big. So I did exactly the mistake that I told you not to do. Since it's a little bit too big, I'm going to move it a little bit that way. These are the things you really need to get right in the first sketch. Or at least approximately right, because if you don't get that right and you try to just like this, you can have done some mistakes in the composition, and if you don't see it, there will be things in the paintings that really annoys you over and over and over again. It's almost like a voice saying there's something's wrong here. What is wrong? Okay? And it torments you, and you just can't get it right. And that can be so discouraging that you should really get it right the first time. Now this will turn into a bloody mess right now because the mistakes I did. But I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna fix it. And yeah. And it's a red onion, and it's always a little bit more difficult. See, I just moved the whole bloody thing. And yeah, I need some more medium maximum. You know, it's like when I talk to my daughter, and I talk about all the mistakes I've done, and I say, now you see what happens if you do this and this over a long period of time. Don't do it. And she just looks at me and says, yes, Daddy. Because she see the point, you see the consequence of my actions, of my own life and stuff, and everything from my overtraining to everything else. And it's kind of the same thing here, that the mistake I was talking about in the beginning, I wasn't concentrating enough, so I did exactly the mistake that I told you not to do. And now I have to kind of move the whole thing. And I'm giving myself more problems that I bargained for. Maybe it just turns into a bloody mess. I'll just take away the whole thing, start all over. Wash it away, make the belief that I never did these mistakes and I never made these videos. I see now. I don't do mistakes. Yeah, you know, through the whole painting process, that is basically what I do. Mistake on top of mistake and top of mistakes. A new correction, a new correction, and a new correction. That is what I do. Over and over and over. So, it's approximately here. Now this one is not really, see now, it is 1, 2. So this is actually 1 and 2. So yeah, I'll move this a little bit more that way and we'll be okay. Of course, it also is a little bit more difficult for me to get into a deep flow when I'm talking and painting at the same time. I'm basically talking through the whole process. I should start streaming on YouTube soon, because I think then I well, then I just could just bang on until I reach that place I want to go to. Now you see it's starting to kind of... So I was wrong, because this one is so heavy that it weighs up that light that will be there, and also weighs up that shadow. So I didn't need to put it more over that way. The middle was just perfect. And I should have known that. I shouldn't have done that mistake. So, yeah, that is just how it is. And there goes more down, and it goes round. Oh, this shape is going to be really tough. It's going to be tough as a curve. This crispy thing. Yes. Now we're getting somewhere. Just going to fill in a little bit of darkness. A little bit of darkness. Darkness. So and just gonna do a wash. As I said, I'm just gonna I'm gonna make a difference here, but it will be quite subtle. I'm gonna do something in the foreground here with some umber, some orange. Maybe need to get this to stand. I don't really like these colors so much because they have this I have more daylight now, less orange in my lighting in the room, and it's makes the colors look a little bit more plastic actually. So maybe I should add some more. You see my oily? Maybe it's just a reflection or something, I don't know. There's going to be so much happening in this painting, you know, all the, you have onion is actually reflecting here. This is it's gonna be some ride. It's gonna be really some ride. So here, and see. Actually, can't see much of it because the underneath here is dark and this one is reflected basically here. If I do like this, the reflection would be down here approximately. Yeah. Big is it now? Yeah, it's almost the right size now. I still have to move this one a bit more in, and this is almost like watching a stream, because I'm doing this real time for you, and maybe I should try to figure out how to put a photo of the object in this video. Just gonna try to see if I can figure it out, how to do it without it covering the whole thing. So you can actually see the object while I'm painting. There was a person on YouTube that asked me that a while ago. I haven't even really seen why that should be necessary, because I mean, you can't really see the object the same way I see it anyway. But maybe it would make more sense for people. See what I can do. Some lights up here. It's not that big difference actually, a little bit more, and I drag it this way again, so maybe I should just try to move this a little bit more, take more of the white there so I don't make a bigger mess. Go in here, again down, this one comes lower down, and I move it a little bit more this way. Now if I got this right from the start, I would have been gone way further already. Now it's, as I said in the beginning, it's a little bit more difficult for me because it's a red onion, and to see the red onion is more difficult, and to see the orange onion. That is just due to the amount of light and information I get thrown into my face from this onion. I get basically less concrete information. Things here are more subtle. Therefore, it of course is a little more difficult to see. So that is why it is a bigger challenge, and we love a challenge. I love a challenge. Oh, what a mess. What a mess! What a mess! Maybe I should make this into a 10-hour video just for fun. Or 40-hour video in 3 files. Paint every single step. The longest video on YouTube. That is a shame. That's actually a shame that they removed that possibility to make videos that are like 50 hours long. That would be perfect for me. Okay, that spot of light again. Okay, now there's some light here. And we have this light right up on top there. This one goes up like this, this one here, and like this. This. Huh. To do this darker for now, so I can see the difference. I think I need a break. Like this, yes. You know, people talk about landscapes. A still life is a landscape. A portrait is a landscape. But especially these still lifes, like it's like a Turner painting. If you see that this thing is a burning ship in sunset or nighttime, that is the same thing. It's not any difference between painting this or painting a landscape, really. It's the same process. You have to use the same techniques, the same approach. Same way to create depth, same way to create textures and structures. So it's basically, as I say, the same. There's a blue in this light, and yes, this one is further down. I'm not going to give this up. This is going to be a long sketching process because I did these mistakes. And You can see, people don't think I'm struggling. Oh, it looks so easy. It's not. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. I'm not even sure it gets easier in time, because you keep on doing the same mistakes on a different level as you progress, as you get better. Ugh, can't get this right. I can feel that my cortisol is just going through the roof. What a mess. Okay, I'm moving it a little bit more. That is what I'm doing actually. Keep on moving and moving and moving. It would be easier for me to just have scraped off the whole thing and just start it all over again, but you know, in a way I will feel that I was kind of cheating. I did actually start this today to relax, and now I'm just in this existential fight with myself and the onion. The onion is killing me. It's trying to kill me. Yeah. Don't laugh at your own jokes. Like Kamala Harris. Jesus. So I should just ask her to stop laughing. People who laugh when nothing is funny. It's horrible. I used to do that a lot actually. I used to kind of say something and I used to laugh. I heard myself in videos doing that. It's so disgusting, you know. So people are so unsure of themselves when they need to try to. It's almost like that laugh that you get in this TV series, like The Big Bang Theory and stuff. When they have this fake laugh, or they have this audience laughing on cue cards. Now it's time to laugh. This is supposed to be funny. Your audience is not capable to know what's funny or not, so now you have to laugh. You have to teach the audience to laugh. And that is basically what people do. It's like Kamala Harris, American vice president, which I will never believe is actually a vice president. I really believe that people voted for these people, but that said, they did, so sadly. It's a very bad sign. It's a sign of an extreme uncertainty in themselves, and it's okay if you're an artist and you're not having any power, but if you have
coats basically, it's a little bit worse. So, I think I've placed it okay now. It looked like a mess. At least I think I got it into the middle, and now I can start to basically mold. And that is a good thing about Old Holland paint. It gives me the possibility to do a lot of overpainting and stuff. This one comes here, goes down like this. This one goes. I'm gonna get a smaller pencil. There's a hole in the crispy thing. Yes. So many things here. There's a light on top, like this. This, yeah. It's almost like I have to do the whole sketch all over, wet and wet. It will be fine. I feel like I really need a break. I'm gonna make this into a nice sketch today, even it's gonna bloody well kill me. And if I fail, you're going to see me fail. But then it just dries and then I do the next phase. I've seen people do these onions in no time on YouTube, but what is one thing that I notice, they always do, they have this more impressionist technique where they never go into deep substance, and it looks good, but it doesn't have that Rembrandtish the aspect of time gives it substance and life and all that. They lack a lot of that, and that is to me quite boring. despite it looks kind of objectively quite good. Some other light over here. So we'll do that. Now I can actually see that it's starting making a little bit more sense. Okay. So what's that? I did that mistake. I placed it all the way over here, and it was a terrible mistake. So don't do that mistake. Don't do as Daddy say. Did. Do as Daddy say, not what he does. Yeah. Blah blah blah. And I'm gonna take a break. Actually, maybe I couldn't have done that. Okay, now I start to see that I'm kind of falling a little bit into place. That's the release. That is why I paint. That is why I do anything. I just want it to work. I want it to become. I want it to. I need the challenge. Manically make things work. Well, people think it may be a little bit boorish with one object paintings. But if you really go deep into that object, it becomes a portrait of that object. It becomes a subjective rendition of a beautiful object. And I think that is arts enough in itself, actually. It's going to be fun now. Now it's going to start becoming a little bit fun, because now I'm going to start to mold all the small things, and I have to move this too. It comes out here, goes all the way over here, and stuff. Okay, well, I need a bloody break. Yeah, I was almost done with that. Yeah. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, here we are, back in business. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is just to fill in all the blanks, and go back to the onion. I might get a little bit tired. I might just go over this a little bit and then wait until tomorrow. It's cold in here, so it will actually not dry much. But I will do it real time until it is basically a viable sketch, so you can actually see the process. And then, as usual, I will put it into into more focused, shorter segments. For some reason I feel that the sketching process is very important, and I would like you to know that. So many mistakes I see people do. They draw a drawing on a paper and they don't line up where they are supposed to have the drawing, so that everything just comes out of the paper. And it's funny, exactly what I did when I see that photo I show in my video about talent of Haiti. It's exactly what I did. I draw the face on the whole paper without any consideration for size or proportions or anything, you know. And it's almost funny to think how a person who does something like that is even conscious. And if I think about myself, how I used to be back then, I don't even think I was conscious. Of course you're conscious, but not in that deeper sense. And it kind of shows. It is when you really start to become critical and you do these deeper choices, you are becoming really conscious. So, yeah. And you basically know how to take responsibility for your own actions through that introspection and consciousness. So, okay. I fell away from second there into flow, and I went silent. I even forgot that I was here for a second. But now I'm back, conscious. That's so great about painting, because when I don't make video, that is how it is. I kind of disappear, and it's a lovely feeling. It's basically one of the reasons why I paint. Despite the thing of actually getting it done. as you see, I'm trying to mold this. It's kind of a lot of oil, even for, because I've been going over it so many times, because I had to move it, so there's more oil in it than usual. It becomes a little bit runny, but I will kind of do the main thing anyway, at least until I notice that I can't really get more paint into it. There's no use to kind of try to paint in slush, if you know what I mean. Like snow, wet snow, slush. You can't really make a snowman out of slush, because it doesn't only fall apart. And I can actually feel that this has a little bit of that consistency now, and therefore let it dry overnight. Not to become all dry, but just sticky, more sticky. Can be a good strategy, sorry. This one is way down. The problem is that this background is actually brighter than this, and that is a thing I have to do something about. So it's gonna be a battle royale, actually. Okay. It's going to be fun to build this because it's very bright compared to the rest. It's only up here. It's bright. I can actually feel that I did change my lighting in the studio, and I can really feel that it's easier for me to see the colors now. And better rest of my eyes also. There's more of a shine in the canvas though. That can be a problem. But I will live with it. This one is all the way down here. This line also comes all the way down here. It's not going to be much of a line, but yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm. No, that was wrong. That is actually quite right. Has to go a little bit more out here. Just see how much trouble I got into because I didn't focus very well in the beginning. Better. Starts to get some shape here, slowly. Okay, start like this. Okay. Hmm. Wow. See now, everything starts to take a little bit more shape, and yeah. Shadow. It's actually more out here. Yeah. Yes, I think. and this is reflected in there. So just put that in. Slide down here. I just know that this painting will become one of these hard ones, but at least I have some of the sketching pretty correct, at least a little bit, hopefully. It's almost like it gets no, maybe it's too much light in here because it doesn't get that depth that I'm used to. And makes it a little bit harder. Okay. Well, I got some of the main shape, kind of. To do more contrast. Now I have to clean up all this mess I made when I tried to get it right. The first place. Remove these colors. Now there's more greenish stuff. So when I remove that, it will make the red here will pop more out. So that is kind of the secret here, to break these colors down into the bluish and greenish and let reddish stand alone, which right now it doesn't. And then also focus on building the light here, light areas, and yeah, the things that are necessary. Now it comes out a little bit more. This side. It's very bright red on top. Here, some red. Of course, everything is toned down, so one has to be careful with not exaggerate things too much. A good way to do that is to squint your eyes, or kind of myse, as it's called in Norway, to see what is what. Also start to work in directions. Now when I basically have the shape a little bit correct, I can start molding more the details, stuff like that. But it's a little bit like slush right now, and I find it hard to build that snowman. So maybe I should just quit and hammer on tomorrow. Might be a good idea. Rome wasn't built in one day. It was also not torn down in one day. That's very important. Well, I think I'm gonna just call it today because I'm tired. And as I say, it's because of my mistake. It's become a slushy painting with no real shape. So, yeah. Anyway, at least it became a little bit better, maybe. I managed to move it around, kind of save it a little bit. Or zoom a little bit. Yeah. What a mess. Huh. Anyway. Okay. Yes, I let it dry a little bit. It's not totally dry, but enough for me to be able to put in layer number 2. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I need a flat pencil in the beginning, I think. Why do I need a flat pencil? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll try with a round one. This one, my favorite. So, here we go. Again. And to get some more, I did add some more yellowish fluorescent light in the roof because it became a little bit too bluish actually, so I couldn't see the warm colors. And as you can see now, it's a little bit more, I think it's a little bit more more depth in it. And that's the difficult thing here because it's difficult to see the different hues. So, yeah. Maybe we should go a little bit deeper in the background. It's easier to see the thing. Another pencil fucked. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's tone it down a little bit. The background, so it's easier to see the foreground. Oh God, probably COVID. Actually, I can't really go too far down because it isn't that far down in reality. This is gonna be hard, I just know it. And that's the challenge. Many different hues and stuff. It's much more brighter here. This goes a little bit more down here. basically using the Kraplak and the darkest blue. I've always been doing that all the way since I started painting. I found that the French ultramarine mixed with Kraplak, or the Alzarine as it's called. I guess it's almost the same color. Kind of gave me that black I need. Now I'm not painting, you can't just add black because it doesn't have any colors in it. You need to have some colors in the black to make it come alive. And that's exactly what I do. You see now, trying to get this down. This and the background is so close together, it's almost impossible to see the difference. That is why I have to concentrate even more. It's very dark, the shadow behind there. But it also has the same colors in it. And you just have to find the right nuance. Okay. That is what I do. I just build more and more of the dark and the light, and I'll add in more detail later and bring it back up again. You know, you can't have light unless you have darkness. It's like in life as it is in painting, that without the contrast, it's like if you never experience anything bad, you won't really know what's good. And that is the same with the painting, actually. You need to know that contrast. So well, take shape. The good thing is that behind here is more in the green, because this is reddish, so this is in a bluish, but it has this green, and I see the same thing behind here. It has that greenish, and everything around it has that greenish tone, blue greenish tone. That is what I have to do, because now I've done too much of the same colors in these two things, and actually it's way more in the green. Of course it reflects everything around, so even these two will be or tertiaire, as we call it. It's kind of the third. You have first one mix, and then to get the shadow color you just mix in. Say that you have green and you want the shadow to red. The shadow to the red will be basically two parts green and one part red, and then you get basically the shadow to the red. And you can go around the circle. If you want the shadow to blue, you have to mix, basically, say that you mix blue and 2/3 orange, and then you get the shadow color to the blue. So that is how you basically build the shadows. You can also, of course, use green as a shadow to red. That will also function, but it's better when you have broken it down if you want to get a real or a shadow that feels real. Now, I don't mix the colors like, oh, I'm gonna have this much and this much. I do it by intuition, and I kind of inch myself closer and closer as I go along. But that is what happens when you get a little bit of skill. You can let intuition take over and basically do much of the dirty work for you. See, here I put in blue to push it down, and it kind of works quite well. I always squint my eyes so I kind of get the hue right. The closer I get to this, the brighter it is, in a way, maybe, yeah. And close to here, it actually goes a little, almost into the cadmium yellowish, red, greenish, a little bit brighter, and like this. Also, directions can be good, you know, if I paint this way, paint that way, so different ways I paint. But that is something I go deeper into later when I start to kind of get the hues and the colors I want. So yeah. here it's deeper. So you can think there's this kind of a wooden thing. This kind of a, I think it's what do you call it, ebenholt or something. There's some kind of a very hard wood. So this is a glass thing, so I can see this thing going down in there, so it will be nice after a while because it will give some of that glass feeling. But also, of course, so will the reddish that come from here down here, which I can actually see. Now it comes about here, so all those things will in the end explain the whole thing. And this time I'm going to take my time, and hopefully it won't start growing, but if it does, I will of course paint that in too, because that is just how I am. And we pick it back up. Mm-hmm. Clearly better light when I put in some more yellowish light, because it was very difficult to see the nuances yesterday when I was painting it because of that. And today I can actually see the different warm and cold colors. If you only have daylight fluorescent lights, you will basically see the colors in the bluish region, and it can become quite hard to see the warm colors, and then you will actually start painting even warmer. And what happens is, if you take then the painting into another gallery which has only kind of warm spotlights or something like that, it just explodes in warm, and everything, all the cold colors that you painted, they don't function anymore, and the whole thing just looks horrible, you know. So that's also something you have to think about. You need to have some kind of a light that covers all the different nuances, so that you don't get too much of a bad surprise when you take it out on your own studio. Now there will be surprises there, because you can't get the same lighting, it's not the same room, it's not the same reflections, it's not, you know, so many different things that affects even the brushwork, how the light hits the brushwork. You have to get used to some surprises. So that is just how it is. You can never get it to be perfect. I always tell the gallerists never to put a spotlight directly on the painting. Always down on the floor or on the side or something like that, so they actually let the different things that because I'm trying to paint in the light, so if you just put a spotlight straight on it, you will basically flatten the whole thing, so there won't be any depth or anything in it. So that is why the best thing is just fluorescent lights in the roof and let the painting just live its own life. Not to put a spotlight right on it. It's no point in it either. I don't understand why they do that. It's kind of strange. Anyway, but they do for some reason. I think they think that the customer is going to think it's better. But in my view, you can't really see the painting as it is, and it destroys it. To clean up the room a little bit. You notice the sum of all the different brushwork after a while when you do it over and over again. That is what gives the painting substance. So, on personality, time, it's very important. More bluish. First I do a lot of brushwork back and forth like this, and then in the end I start doing glazes stuff. So yeah. Yeah. So tone this down a little bit, then bring it back up again. Shadow. Thing behind there, it's so difficult. Okay. Yeah, I guess you get my point. Still a mess. It's going to be difficult. But I will continue painting and we just see what happens to it. Oops. It's a nice landscape in the background. Okay, here we are. Layer number 2. Basically, or is it number 3? Basically layer number 2 plus. I'm gonna take my Retouche Retouche Varnish from Old Holland, and I do like this to get all the shadows and nuances back up. I'm only gonna do this basically like this once in this tutorial. We'll do it several times, but I will only talk about it once in depth. You know, as you can see now, the thing with the oil paint is that when you paint and it dries, it tends to become basically kind of foggy, as you can see, kind of dries like that, and much of the nuances disappears because it's based on space. When you do classic paint, it's based on space. You create a real physical room, physical shape, and when I put this on, I can actually see what I've done. I can now see the brushwork again, and I'm seeing better where I'm heading, where I'm going with it, and it's easier for me to keep painting. Now I will also put on a glaze on this. I will now wait for about 10 minutes and then I will put on a glaze, scrape it down a little bit, and then I will keep painting. So that is how I do. Yeah. So I see you in the next segment when I do my glaze. Okie dokie, here we are. About 10 minutes later. Now what I do is to take my, what I do now actually, is to take my French ultramarine, and I take my Kraplak or alizarin, and I take my medium, which is basically 70% terp and 30% linseed oil, cooked linseed oil by the way. And I just make a kind of a glaze type of thing that I take over the whole thing like this. So you can ask why do I do that? Well, I do it to kind of get some of the textures and get some also get some oil into the canvas, or medium into the canvas, because I paint very dry. I do not mix much medium into the colors when I'm painting. I don't standing around mixing medium into like this. I paint more directly on the canvas and mix my colors on the canvas. In this painting, of course, it is less colors and it's basically more nuance. Of course, it's all in the reddish and stuff, as you can see. Now, when I've done that, I take this nice one from Lear, something, I don't know. But I scrape down. I take also away some of the oil, as you can see here. So it's not too much. And what happens now, the brilliance of it, is that if I didn't have the Retouche Varnish on first, and that was a little bit sticky before I put on this glaze, when I start painting, the painting would be very slippery. It kind of would be very oily, but now the oil that is left is now inside all the crinks and cracks of the brushwork. I've taken away much of the surplus, and when I start painting, it kind of mixes in with the paint. I'm going to try to show you now. I'm just going to start painting, and you can actually see what I mean. Just have to find some brushes that aren't ruined. I should be more careful with taking care of my brushes, because brushes cost money, and every time you forget to wash your brush, you lose money, and that can never be good. Take care of your money. That is something I learned way too late. So, yeah. Anyway, I always will start with some of the light areas. So, I will just, in this one, I guess you have the most light behind here and here. But I tend to prefer to begin in this region. I tend to prefer to begin in the middle somewhere. And that is basically what I'm going to do. There's some highlight here. So I'm just going to start out there. Then I use my French ultramarine, because there's some blue in this. I mix it into the white actually. Yeah, I mixed a little bit there. And I do like this. So I start here. And now the oil and the medium and the glaze will now start mixing into the color. So I can now just keep on kind of adding pure colors like this. And I can start just adding here. And yeah, we put on a highlight here. It's a little bit difficult now, you can see. Anyway, that's where I'm going to start. It was a bad pencil actually. I need to find better. Maybe I need some new pencils. No, there it is. Maybe this one. Anyway, and then I will go down to the reddish here. You know, you can glaze with whatever color you want, but I would recommend that you do it with more with a cleaner color, or the colors that are the primary colors, or cleaner color. If you kind of start mixing too many colors together in a glaze, it will become very dirty. So when you do a glaze, try to keep it to a clean color, or two clean colors together, like reddish and blue. You can do if you glaze with a yellow, say you glaze with a yellow over blue surface, the blue will shine through. You just shine through the yellow, and you will get a green, nice green, clean green. So yeah, people are making a lot of noise. No idea why. Maybe I should just. Yeah. Just put in some I know that a red onion is always extremely difficult to paint because I have to say in a way I'm a yellow orange person or orange blue violet red green kind of person. So this is more difficult for me to work with because it's basically just nuances in red and blue, kaplak and the deeper colors, which of course makes it more difficult. And when it becomes more difficult, it can become more interesting. Because for me, creating paintings is basically motivated by the same thing as scientists. It's motivated by figuring things out, getting things to work. And it is basically me being able to use the inherent scientist in me, and in me the scientists are really alive, so that is what it's all about, to me anyway. And if you can find that thing, that don't try to necessarily try too hard to finish stuff. Just try to go with the flow and see what happens. You have to do mistakes to become better. Nothing comes from always being right or always getting things right. And it would also be totally impossible for anyone to get everything right, so because you have to learn. Consciousness and learning things is an incremental process, and kind of that is what makes Christianity actually so silly, because even God has to have an evolution. He can't just come into existence with your personality and with this intact in the first place. Even the gods has to be created and have an evolution. And the ancient gods actually had an evolution. And they didn't even have eternal life. They were more susceptible to the changes of the universe. And so are we. We have to be born, and we have to learn. And if we're going to get something done, we have to act. And if we don't act, we don't learn. And nothing happens in our lives. You see, now I am basically just trying to get some of the details in, and I'll just work around this. Let's see, and then work in between. Been exercising, so my shoulder is actually a little bit sore today. And I keep my hand up. It's kind of actually a little bit heavy, so I should stretch a little bit, I think. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I'll use a bigger one here. This is just still the griselle. I'm just trying to build up some textures and brushwork. So things kind of fall into place. So, yes. So you can see I'm working basically in different directions. So it's a very nice onion. The funny thing is that this here, it's almost like if I polish it with some oil, I would actually be able to see the lamp in this reflection. And yeah, there's a very nice orange hue to this, so I have a little bit of orange, reddish orange to build on there. You see it has some raw umber and different colors like this like that in it, and it's nice to have that contrast to have as a reference point. Also getting the Van Dyke brown is also present in this. It's funny how intuition, when it comes to colors, just evolve. It's all about, as I said in many videos before, it's all about but it's all about predicting the future. What will happen if, and how will this emulate, is that the right word, emulate into the future? How will this affect the brushwork later on? Yeah. So becoming better as a painter and also as a human being is to basically be able to predict the future accordingly to what you do with your life or in the painting. The same thing what happens if I don't paint? Well, simply paintings doesn't get made. Now, I have to say that sometimes I actually act as if paintings are making themselves. I had a couple of days now where I didn't get anything done, and I procrastinate a lot. Did some other work in my studio and stuff, but wasted a lot of time. And in some sense, I still subconsciously trick myself into believing that paintings will be finished even if I'm not painting. And that is just silly, that is just delusional. So the only way to get things done is to get out of bed or prioritize the painting first. For me, as an artist who's actually making a living of this, there should be no sweat. You just wake up, get out of bed, you start painting, and then you can do the exercise or go to the gym or meet friends or whatever when the painting's done, or to make YouTube videos or stuff. But painting always has to come first. You can't be to make another video to YouTube. That is what you do when you have done the work. And you have a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours spare time to make a video. But also, if I'm going to make new videos, I have to create new paintings. So, yeah. But the same thing here, predicting the future, predicting what will happen in this painting in the future, if I do this or if I do that. So, yeah. Predict your future. And how do you become a better painter? It's easier than you think. You just have to be critical. Mercilessly critical to your own work. That is a take no prisoners approach. Narcissists never get better because they don't learn from their mistakes. There is a lot of narcissists in art, and that is why we have modern art, where you don't have to basically have any skill set, or you can't have any critique of the work because there's basically no ground for critique when you have absolute and total relativism. Now, how good this painting is becomes good in relationship to a few objective standards. The classic painters like Rembrandt and all the classics, I have to measure my own painting and compare it to how good they were. Not compete, but compare. I'm not in a competition. If I'm in a competition, it's with myself. But you measure the amount of ability to see and to make a coherent painting due to these objective standard, that objective standard, the classics. And you can also, and I have of course the object, the onion, is basically the objective, if I can actually make it feel like the onion and look like the onion and stuff, I probably have been able to do something right. If it doesn't look like the onion at all, it doesn't have the same texture, I probably missed the mark. And that is the objective standard. I always talk about the objective standard. Now, if your painting doesn't resemble the object, it isn't enough to hide behind artistic freedom if the goal in the first place was to actually get it to look like the object. So, yeah. So don't kill yourself. Don't become a relativist just because you can't get it right. Work harder, do more painting, be ruthless to yourself, and be honest. That is how you become a better painter, and that is also how you become a better person. Same thing, same shit. And with this, I will just keep on painting, and I'll see you in the next segment, I hope. So, with this, we rest our case. Okay, here we are. I have been working for a while with it. It's kind of getting a little bit better. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to work with, all these nuances, toning everything around, working up details. There is a cascade of things to do in this. So what I'm going to try to do is just to get this shape round, and when you do something like this that actually is quite difficult, you just have to basically become a stoic calm, as it says. Don't rush it. It's very important that you see or look before you paint, and get things right, because there is a solution to every problem. You kind of just have to find it and try to get really into it, and just become, yeah, a few highlights, and yeah. Maybe I should have some fatty fish for dinner today to support my brain. My brain power. It's so great that I have actually some orange to work with. If I didn't, it would be really problematic. Luckily, there are some. It's almost like you have you get a reference point to work from. If you don't have that, it can be really, really, really difficult. But of course, you could make a red onion in like more like a sketch-like thing. But I'm gonna work up this substance. I'm gonna make this thing shine. I'm gonna make this thing basically get a life on its own. And I have to do overpaints and glazes and micro glazes and textures and small tiny shadows and small tiny differences. Now make every single object into when you paint still life, try to make it into a portrait of the onion or whatever you paint. I'm going to start doing a series of heads again. I have some sheep's heads, and I have a pig head, and I have a bear cranium. I have actually my dog, Timian. I have his cranium too. And I want to do something with that. I have had it for years. For some reason I haven't painted it yet. It might be due to some kind of emotional attachment to my late dog, Timia, which was the greatest dog in world history. Really do miss him. And it's funny actually, missing a dog. And I can only imagine how it is when I'm going to lose my parents, because my parents also is getting older, and they're not going to last forever, sadly. I wish they would, because when you lose your loved ones, you are all alone, basically alone. Well, I have my daughter and my brother. But it's not really the same thing, is it? Parents is something. If you love your parents like I do. But anyway. It has to happen someday. And then it would be my turn at some point in the future. And it's kind of liberating in a way. Not scary, because I'm an atheist and I don't believe in afterlife, so there's nothing to be scared of. Like non-existence, never hurt anyone. The good thing about me is that I have this very conscious, despite even if I don't get anything done each day, I'm very much alive, I'm very much there, I'm very much in the moment, very much in the struggle. There is not a day that goes by where I don't think about death or life or something there. And for some reason, I still manage to live in this strange... I noticed that because I live in this strange eternity delusion. That actually death is, despite me being so conscious of it, I manage to keep it at bay. And almost as if I'm gonna live forever. It's quite weird. Strange. Weird stuff. Yeah. Anyway, this thing here gives me a sense of purpose in life, and that's so nice. See, I do all these small, tiny details here. Just gonna keep on building and building and building and building until I get it right. So yeah, these two nuances are so close to one another in real life. But I'm going to try to kind of enhance it here. I need some more light there. Now I'm mixing a little bit on my palette. Kind of have to find the right. It's not really grey, but it is very difficult color to find. I don't want it to look too much like this. But it has both green and all kinds of colors in it. And it's quite neutral. It's a glass thing. It's that neutrality that is actually a little bit difficult. It's hard to see, but I can see it's kind of bluish and greenish. So when I put in, this was a little bit more, this was too much to the red. And do like this, and like this. And I may put in some white. Kind of drag it up a little bit, especially in the front here. In the front it can actually be a little bit more reddish or like orange. And then as it goes back it becomes more in the blue. And yeah. Fix that after the fact. Just going to roll back here that comes down into the glass here. Oops. See, now I'm working this one kind of into it like this, and I will go the other way when I try to link them together. becomes a little bit greenish, as you see now. Glass is basically stopping there. I'll tone it even more down as I go along. Kind of crisscross over it, like this, to kind of make these two surfaces just melt into one another. Not too keen on that line. This has to be deeper there to get the shine from this. Then again, you don't want to go too deep, because if you go too deep, it will become too hard. Yeah. This must be very neutral. With neutral, I mean neutral in the textures and a little flat, maybe even. Much happening. Everything needs to happen in the onion here, not so much in the background. I have to keep the background down since the nuances in the red onion is so close to one another. I really do need to keep the background silent to make the onion come even stronger. A little bit brighter here. Not too much. I'm giving a lot of myself into these paintings, believe it or not. I'm really engaging with them. There is no half measures for me. There is nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I just have to get all in, get it right, or fail. It's really, do not have any way I can relativize it. It's just what it is. It has to go all the way. So I'm kind of glad I have that personality, and people who buy my paintings really appreciate that thing with my paintings, that they feel very alive and very genuine, and they are. If I should say one positive thing about myself, about my own paintings, which I rarely do, they might not be up to the task when it comes to my objective standard as the classics and stuff. There's a lot of things I could do better, but my paintings are real and are heartfelt, so there is no fakery. I don't try to hide, I don't try to fake it. To me, every object is of the utmost importance. It is like a writer or a guy who makes music, classical music or whatever. It doesn't have to be a symphony to be important for the artist. You know, it doesn't have to be this compared to the Night Watch is like Moonlight Sonata in contrast to Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto, second to orchestra. It is in a way, both are music, both are intense, but one is huge and the other one is small. And I think that is basically, I think those are equally important. The only thing that matters is that they are real, that the ones who made it really meant what they were doing. That is what is important in a painting or in artwork, not a size. I tend to paint big. I kind of like to paint big. I like the challenge. Always done, always will, probably. This isn't big, of course, but I have this megalomaniac kind of trait to my personality, and also, as I say, love the challenge. So this here is very bright, the brightest part. So I have to build more texture there. And that means that it's still kind of a gazelle. When something like this is more bright, you just have to, despite it's in the background, I have to kind of just give it more texture and more of that. So what I'm really looking forward to is all these small lights here with a blue in it and reddish and everything. It's really nice. So just keep on pushing it. Pushing it. See, it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit longer out now. Or is it just me fooling myself? No, it actually is. I think it goes a little bit further. I need to do it like this. This one is nice with oil paint, as you can just adjust all the time. If you do watercolor, well, it's harder. I've seen some good things actually when it comes to acrylic, but I mean, I think that you get the best result from using oil, and yeah. Okay, anyway, see what I'm doing. It's kind of getting a little bit better. A little bit here, a little bit there. And yeah. This one too has to be like this. More light. And there's a shadow, a beautiful shadow there. But that will probably change too. The onion has been hanging out here for a while now. I just hope it doesn't start growing. Probably soon it will. Then I have to add some green to it, and I kind of don't want to do that. So I should try to work on it every day now and finish it. But if there will be some green, might be what will happen. Once I painted for such a long time on an onion that it actually started to grow and then it died. So crazy. I went through all the... But that was also because I went home to my parents for Christmas for a couple of weeks. But anyway, it managed to... That was actually a red onion. It's on my YouTube channel. It managed to basically start growing and dying during the process. Crazy shit, actually. Anyway, I think it's becoming a little bit better. Huh? Yeah. Okay. See you in the next segment. Okay, I'm going to do some more of the nice details. I'm just going to work myself into all the small details now, and kind of the cleaning process is starting now, and basically cleaning up the whole thing, getting the shapes, getting everything to be linked together, and it's going to be, as usual, it takes quite a while to do it, because it is so many things that has to fall into play. That's where this flow comes in, and flow is, to me, as I've said a gazillion times in my videos, the most important thing. Just finding that right hue, right spots, and just build that. I've had this onion way longer than I thought. Still hasn't started growing, and I hope it stick with that. It doesn't start growing. But I'm stretching it to say it mildly. If it starts growing, it happens quite fast, so that's quite annoying. But anyway, as you can see in this painting, it's always the Kaplak, or the Alsaline, and the French ultramarine. That is basically it. And Just need to find that right red, the right tone. It's so different. It's so different from painting the other onions that I usually do. You get a little bit more free when you have more colors and more contrast. It's easier to see. This is very difficult. And that is when you have to become really patient. And just keep on looking, watching, observing. Be patient, don't rush it. There's a woman I've been teaching painting, and she's getting better, but she's doing the same thing basically every time, and that is basically rushing it. Suddenly she says, oh, it doesn't look like the object, oh, it's the wrong place. That's because you didn't concentrate from the start. And you just have to concentrate. See, now I'm kind of dragging the colors in directions. At the same time as I add nuance to it, I also add some kind of direction. Trying to figure out the direction of the onion, direction of the shape, and then I start molding it, shaping it physically with the direction I'm holding the brush. I also try to create some, it's not going to be as thick as there and there, or there, but I try to create a sense of texture, despite it being quite flat. There are some texture in it. There are some structures, and you need to get that in. If not, this will look dead in the end. It look like plastic in a way. And you want it to have more natural feel to it when it's done. Anyway, that's my opinion. That's what I do. And voila. Maybe I should have had a glaze over it. I wasn't sure if I was going to do that. I'm going to tone this down a little bit, and I will just scrape it up a little bit more, like this. See, now all the things that are in here becomes more like a texture. And zoom a little bit so you can see it better. Zoom. And if I do that, you can actually see better what I'm doing. So now there is some textures there. You can see the brushwork. Of course I paint over it. But everything gives me another chance to add something on top of that again. And I will again get that feeling that something, over time anyway, that something is underneath Okay. This is gonna take a toll on me. I just know it. I just feel it. You know, I just know when gonna get into some trouble. I'm gonna bang on, as I say, till I find a way. You know, the process has to become the way. So many things happening in this onion. Just trying to figure it out. Real light behind there. That comes from this. That's shining into this. And it's quite in the reddish actually. Looks like it. Now I tend to exaggerate. There's like that light is hitting this, giving it this reddish shine to it. Now I overdid it a little bit, but that's part of a process. I kind of add in some lines sometimes just to figure out where things go, and then I tone down these lines as I go along, because as I've said many times before, there aren't really lines at all. So, yeah. Okay. Anyway, you can see why my videos are becoming quite long. If I should actually basically film every step, my videos would be, yeah, you know, there is not enough room for, you know, you can post videos up to a little bit over 10 hours, 12 hours maybe. I don't even think that wouldn't be even close to be enough. If I posted videos of the actual time I use on a painting like this, would be days. So all these things, because I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and can't really decide when to stop or where to stop, or it's not always I actually know exactly where I want to go. And in this one it's even worse because it's a red onion that I basically have to figure out how to paint while I'm painting. despite having done it before. Actually, I've done red onions before. And I know when I was going to start on this, I was actually hesitant about it because I knew that I would get into a lot of trouble. But then again, it was so cute, so tempting. And yeah. Mm-hmm. What I should have done was have somebody could actually make my videos for me. I would just tape all the material, and then I would have some dude that could actually do all the work on my videos. Maybe get them down to a more watchable format and stuff like that. What I'm wondering about is to have one raw video where I just do all the whole process, and then maybe make videos where I cut it down to segments with voiceover and explain it like that. That's a possibility. But then again, you know, time enough. You won't have time for everything. And you kind of have to choose your battles. So, let's see. Anyway, I need to focus more and do it in kind of a different mode. Oops. So. Zoom a little bit in. Actually see. It's way too vivid now. Maybe I should do something with the lighting again. I don't know. See what happens. Okay, bye bye. Okay, here we are again. And I'm gonna start with some new, nice, small details. Just try to build this as good as I can. I'm gonna start out with a light glaze. I already put on the Retouch vernish, so I'm gonna just add some things so I can get some life into this. And yeah, just give it some blue, some reddish, shape it up a little bit. As I said, it is a difficult task because it is a red onion, and red onions are a little bit more difficult, as I've said 10 times in this video, at least. But that's how it is, and a challenge is a challenge. So let's put this. Now I want to start just with maybe I need some lines on this. No, it seemed to be right. Just started, so it's always a little bit difficult to kind of get into it when I've been away from it a few days. and then I always have to kind of recalibrate, maybe that is the right thing. See what happens. Start here, give it some more sculptural reality here. I almost hate myself for starting on a red onion, because, as I said before, it's just kind of why do I do this to myself? But it's not so bad. I actually need to move a little bit closer to it. I'm going to do that in the next segments. When it becomes when I stay a little too long away from it, I tend to I can't really see the details stuff. Just going to put some red on top of this as a glaze. You can actually bring out, you put some clean colors over the top of something bright underneath there, and you can actually get the clean color to instead of mixing colors, you get a more cleaner tone, a more natural tone, if you see what I mean. And but that is what you do basically in the end. So yeah. Well, when you, not in the end, but when you get deeper into it. I just showed you now. Fun. Yeah. And now. There's a more blackish, but it, my eyes are tricking me, so they are quite close to one another, and then you have no idea how difficult this actually is. It's unbelievable. As I add more detail, it is easier for me to see where I'm going. So the shadows here, gives it a sense of sculptural so, and then I can this, strengthen this. I will glaze in here, only glaze to get that contrast. This. See now how that, because I was wondering what do I do with the background, am I going to enhance it? But I don't need to do that, I just glaze here, and this here, when I do this is what is so amazing with the Vermeer paintings. He lets the colors melt into one another. In his best paintings, it's like he's letting everything just melt. So you can't really see where it starts or where it begins, but you feel it, but you can't really work it out. And that is the point, I think, when, like this line behind here, that is kind of a wooden thing. I think it's a kind of very old wood of some sort. I think it's mahogany, actually. I found them in a dumpster once. But anyway, I can't really see that now, of course, because I'm not going that deep into detail. Maybe I should. But what happens to the eyes is that my eyes thinks or believes it sees everything equally clear on the surface. That is how my brain, when I look at the background, I see all the details in the background. When I look in the foreground, I see all the details in the foreground. But I can't look at them. I'm not gonna paint. I can't paint everything equally thick or equally detailed, because if I do, the painting just becomes flat. It dies. So what you have to do is to find this. I have to choose which parts of the painting that is going to be very detailed, and which ones are going to be totally in the dark. No, not detailed, but just kind of melted in, like I just said. So yeah. And if you can work with that, that is what makes a good painting compared to a less good painting, is the artist's capability to make these two things happen. And it demands a lot of focus and a lot of willingness to stand your ground. Just hasn't started to grow yet. That's good. Can happen because this onion has been standing here for quite a while now. Hope it doesn't, but you never know. So if it does, I will just probably paint in some growth, some green shit. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I don't do it. See now, I'm starting to get deeper and deeper into detail, and the process now slows down to a crawl, because I need to see more than I paint. In the beginning it's it's kind of instant gratification. Actually I had a little bit problems with this sketch in the beginning too, because as I say, it's not that easy to see the nuances in this painting. But usually sketching is just instant gratification. And this is kind of this is the meditation part. This is the deepity. This is when you really start to kind of challenge yourself. So, yeah. So. Now I'm kind of working with the glazes, kind of thinner colors, because the bases now, the textures and stuff, they are underneath, and I really don't need any more textures in this. Now I just need to find the right tones and get in the small tiny details. So that is what I'm doing. Okay. Yes, show it a little bit. See this. Maybe I should do a segment later with more close-up, so you can see how I use my brush very close by. Anyway, see ya. Okay, I will do some more close-up so you can actually see what I'm doing. Maybe a little bit closer. Like this here. Okay. So. Okay. Still going on. Trying to find the right tone in the background. It's very difficult to link up these two. It's very close, both in tone and strength. Maybe some clean color will help to make a difference. I'm all into small glazes and just small tiny touch-up now. Yeah. I knew this would be difficult, so I'm not surprised, to say it mildly. But yes, trying to picture what, yeah, there. This one goes kind of more down here, and there's a shadow actually from that one. And it goes more like down here, and yeah, I actually didn't see that before now because I had to get closer. And there is this thing behind here, which is brighter. So like this, and there's more light behind there. Yeah. Huh. Maybe I should go even closer. But I'll do that later anyway. So just see if I can. Now everything here now just melts. Everything is just glazes, and try to find that sweet spot. Very thin layers, color. Basically, it's at this point it's a oil aquarelle in a way. That is how. What is it called? Translucent. Anyway. Extremely close. There's a lot of blue in here, but not that kind. That's the problem here. As you see, I tried to put in some bluish tone. I put some white in it, and it doesn't work because the colors I see basically is cleaner, and they're coming from underneath. Or I have to take clean colors on top of more bright paint to get that bright, clean color. Huh. So I'm actually just going to put on some more white here because I will let it dry, and then I can actually paint over it next time with the clean colors. This so it gets some kind of a nice texture, and now I can actually see why even small paintings like this takes a lot of time. It's not done in a heartbeat. You just have to kind of get into that Zen state and slowly shape it. I'll exaggerate this shadow a little bit so I can here I go dark and then when I had dried, I will put on some cleaner colors inside there. So then I can actually do that now also, just to show you. I use the red now, and I kind of enhance it a little bit. So I'm using the Van Dyke brown in behind there, with some white in it, but that was too red, so a little bit more blue. Here, to kind of make these two surfaces a little bit different. Just a little insect. Okay, now it was rounder. See that? I'm starting to get that rounding of it. There's a lot of things happening down here, all over the place, so it's still a long way to go, but I'm kind of getting closer, so it's a good thing. That's too big. Let's see now. This one is longer up. You know, I don't do a perfect rendition, but I'm trying to get close to it. Because you have to kind of get close to make it feel logical. It's very easy to lose logic. Like shadows that can't be like that because light hits in a different way and stuff. So, there's a lot happening down in here too, but I will do that. It's quite toned down, there's not much happening there. really hard work. Mentally it's quite hard, but you know, that's life. Life is hard. Yay! See you.
Okay, that means that we have a new beginning. It has been growing, and it is growing very fast, so I guess I just have to paint it in and change this a little bit. Probably gonna give it a little more color and a little bit more punch. So it's gonna be interesting. See how far it grows before I'm done. It's gonna be interesting. Anyway, I'll see you in the next segment. So, as I said, I have to change stuff. Even here, it's a lot of changes. Almost like I just want to drop the whole thing and just do it all over again. But, you know, that would be a cop-out. If I work on it every day, for a few days now, I will be able to finish it. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. I mean, there is this comes all the way here. This is kind of lifted up the whole thing. So I just have to paint over this. And this one comes here, approximately. I was going to give it a little bit more color and stuff, but I mean, in a painting that is this dark, it can very easily become too much to have kind of green stuff like this suddenly popping out. But, you know, as I say, it's going to give it a little bit more punch to it. Now this one is just kind of pushed this way and it's getting smaller, so I will just do like this. And whoopsie daisy, this is probably gonna grow, and I really need to hurry up now, because when an onion like this starts to grow, it really grows fast. It really just goes bananas. And I was hoping that I was actually going to be able to finish it before it started to grow. But yeah, as you can see, that didn't work out. I was just waiting too long. Wasn't painting on it every day, and I guess I just stretched my luck a little bit too far. The good thing about oil paint is that you can just add more paint, and it doesn't really affect anything. Also now, of course, I have textures on the meat already, so the paintedness is already in. So yeah. Now there's different. It also has gotten this different shape. And to be a little bit careful here, what I do. Sometimes I come to a point where I really hate a painting, and there can be many reasons for that. There can be that I feel it is too hard, too rigid, that it doesn't feel alive and stuff. And yeah, that is really not a good feeling. Really not.
believe me. Oops. And with a red onion, it is very easy to come to a point where you just feel, oh gods, this is becoming stuffed or kind of doesn't have that beautiful subtleness to it. I'm going to fast for 3 days. Not intermittent fasting, but deep cleanse. I really felt I had to do that now because I could actually see my room, my studio started to become a mess. And I also saw that I had been eating a little bit too much fruit and carbs. And it's funny because how I eat deeply affects my mood, and then that affects my room, and then my room affects my mood, and you just have to reboot. And that's exactly what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to reboot. I'm going to fast for 3 days. No food, only tea, coffee, lemon water, stuff like that. So, you see, it becomes a little bit more interesting, you know. You get some more nice colors into it. Probably grow up to there before I'm done, if I know myself right, but that's okay. I think you can actually learn something from this too, to see me reboot the whole thing. There's some nice reddish on that tip here. Maybe I should actually just paint just decide to stop. I sketch this and I keep it like this for the whole process, because changing it and changing it every time it has grown a little bit will be basically a nightmare. So, seen that before in one of my red onions, how it grew, and in the end it actually died. And I started out with a growing onion. When the painting was finished, it was dead and dry as a doornail. So I want to avoid this here. See, I'm working in directions here too. I'm not dragging it down. People would drag things down. I don't do that. Maybe later, a little bit somewhere. But I try to create, if I dragged it down, it would be kind of flat. And it wouldn't have that sculptural dimension to it. So I kind of like to drag things like this. And yeah, and I can go down there in the shadow area, but then I drag it this way to create direction. I don't know why, it's just something I feel. So a lot of, I just feel the directions and then I pick them. So yeah. This is as pure colors as I can think of. And yeah. It's funny, I've been eating way too much carbs. And now I have this hunger. Because I probably burned down through a lot of my glycosis. And that is when the hunger kicks in, the ghrelin. There's a hormone called ghrelin that regulates when you're hungry. And also if you eat carbs, fruit, carbs like that, you screw up this thing because of the blood sugar and stuff like that. So right now I'm hungry, but I'm not really hungry, I'm just not in ketosis yet. When I go into fat burning, the hunger goes away. And luckily I know that. So the good thing about fasting is that it clears up your mind and kind of focuses everything. And I don't have to worry about eating. I think eating so many times can be very stressful. It's too much eating, too much time in it. You know, we lose so much time in eating. So I'm sick of eating. I have to put food into my mouth. I wish we didn't have to spend. The two things I wish we didn't have to do is sleep and eat. Because it's such a waste of time. We have such a short blip in existence, and all this eating and sleeping takes at least 1/3 of your life. It's so annoying. With the eating is more, actually. So. But sometimes you just have to eat because you're biological computer machine, and machines needs fuel. For as long as I have fuel on my body in the form of fat, I can sometimes fast and focus. See now? It's kind of, I think it became quite nice actually. Kind of better. It has more life. More life. There's a little bit more life. It's very hard to see the difference between these two. There's a line of light on top of this. Yeah, and the shadow goes more down here now. And there's one coming down there, sharp one. And there's a cute one coming right down here. There, actually. The good thing about fasting is also that you if you can actually stop eating for 3 days, you can do, if you can take that, you can do, probably take a lot of other stuff too. So it kind of strengthen the whole you. Resolve is very important as an artist. Resolve and stuff is extremely important. You want to be in control of yourself. Of course, it mustn't turn into a neurosis that you get some anorexia or something. That is not a good thing. But you can strengthen your resolve and your focus by giving yourself over to adversity. And it's like training hard. It's like a stressor, like training hard. You get better. You activates all the old system that are trying to keep you alive. Fight and flight mode and stuff. It's really good. You're telling your body that there's no food. You have to hunt. You have to find food. So what the people believe that when you do fast or whatever, that you will start being hungry. Yeah, that you will kind of fall apart. But actually, it's the opposite thing that happens. What happens is that you activate all the old system where, just think about it, when you were walking around in Africa during our evolution, you maybe didn't have food for days. I mean, if they lost all their muscle mass or they lost all their energy, we wouldn't have survived evolution, because we wouldn't have survived the Stone Age, because we wouldn't be able to hunt if we lost our energy. Instead, after a while, the body switches over into hunting mode or repair mode, and it strengthens the growth hormone, and it strengthens your muscles, and it strengthens everything, so that you can actually find yourself some food. And it even makes your eyesight better. It makes your immune system better. So I would highly recommend doing that. There's a lot of science about it, so you should check it out. But drink water, and you also have to get some. Nutrients like potassium and magnesium, salt. Get some salt, a couple of teaspoons of salt today. You can mix it with lemon water, it does break the fast. And yeah, and just fight it. Fight the hunger, just fight it. You will feel after a day, just wake up and feel great. And as long as you have fat on your body, you can actually go without food. There was this American guy who fasted for 383 days, I think it was, and he survived. He lost a lot of fat. He was a fat guy and just stopped eating. And that is the longest registered fast ever. I wouldn't recommend it, but if you want to lose weight, you have to burn the fat. And if you eat carbs all the time, you will never burn fat. And that's a fact. Anyway, now I changed it a little bit, so hope you enjoyed that, and I will keep on painting. Yay. Okay, as you can see, I am getting further into it. I'm working, I have been working side for side with a background and then adding more shadow here, but I'm trying to then make this one texture or direction and this another one, and then I try to make this melt together. But what I'm going to show you now is that there is a light, very bright light hitting this one. And of course, where there's a light, there is always a shadow. Now, this onion keeps changing rapidly because of its growing. It is changed totally since yesterday already. So what I have to do is just try to stick with one drawing in a way. I can't change it every time it changes. And I'm getting close to the end anyway. Now I'm going to put in a tiny shadow here. But the most important thing I think now is that underneath this, actually this one has moved a little bit that way now. So it's quite frustrating, to be honest, but this one is basically sending a shadow down here. It comes in from here and it goes down like this. And the funny thing is that shadow comes down like this, and then it kind of makes this strange thing here. Does it? Because there's a little hook up here that creates this swing there. So that's a keeper, I guess. And yeah, so, and there's some more here. Now it's very hard to see exactly how it turns out, because when it's done I have to let it dry for a little while, and then I put on the retouche Varnish, and then I can actually see clear where all the shadows are and stuff. That shadow has basically some type of blue in it. That is what I've been talking about in this painting, that red onions are extremely difficult because you don't have the normal very bright I don't have the normal very bright complementary colors. It's very nuance based, very hard to see the differences, but you know, that's the challenge, and that is also, as you know, I talked about in the beginning of this painting, why I try to do it over and over again, because it is basically one of the most difficult things I know. So the closer the neons are, the more you have to focus your eyes and focus your attention. I actually listened to Rachmaninoff's third piano concert while I was painting now, and it really helps listening to classical music. If you get into that classical music flow, it's just, what can I say? It is just, your brushwork becomes more fluid and everything just fall into place. My brain is always full of thoughts, it's always on. I have actually the diagnosis hypomania, so, and ADHD, so my brain is never off. There is no peace really, unless I can get into that flow. Now I've taught myself many different techniques to cope with thinking. First of all, you have to learn to love thinking. You have to learn to love the flow of thinking. And not struggle, not being judgmental about your own thoughts. Just let it flow. And yeah, so, but it's kind of a lot of noise. It's like living in a very noisy environment. My brain is a very noisy environment, and painting is the one thing that turns off this noise. And if you combine it with some beautiful music, you just it is bloody well nirvana. I'm an atheist and I don't believe in an afterlife or anything, but if I should picture some kind of nirvana, that would be it. Yeah. That would really be it. The flow of painting or writing or also conversation and stuff, but especially painting. When I get into that flow, it's just who you want to be. So yeah. As you can see, I'm just messing around different places, trying to figure out how to make the shape. That's also very difficult with red onions. It's the nuances and the shapes are very close together. Don't have that much to work on. So I messed up down there a bit. It's typical because I don't use but I'm just gonna do like this, and I messed up with touching this because his hair is very thick colors, so I can make that Rembrandtish. Now Rembrandtish sculptural effect, which I love, or I call it night watch effect. The night watch effect, yes, that's where you want to go. That is what I find beautiful. I keep on ruining my. It's so annoying, you know. I'm trying to save money on every level, because having money in the bank or having money is a great resource, not just because it's money, but because it's security and it gives you a great amount of freedom. But I keep on messing up my pencils, and they cost money, so I should be more careful there. I'm gonna put in some brighter things in the front here to create more depth. This shadow is almost kind of ironical. You know, you can actually, when you get some skill, it's very difficult in the beginning, but as you get some skill, you can actually experiment more with some of the things in the painting. You can take bigger risks, and you can change some of the you don't have to follow everything like slavish, but you have to stay within, try to stay a little bit inside the realm of what's possible. Yeah. So now if I put in some more highlights here, well, you see it creates more depth. Also there is this line coming down like this, because it stands on a glass thing. Underneath there's some wooden stuff, and that too, I on purpose I didn't choose things it was standing on that was that very different in tone. See, because you get this, it just goes down like this, and you basically have the same. Then you see the reflection of some of the onion here, and like this light, you can see that here. And that will of course give the painting a little bit more sculptural reality. Like this. There's a gap between these two. So I'm just going to do like this, and I walk on. I do try to keep my videos to be about painting, but it is like when I get into this flow or I talk to you, whoever you are, I tend to get into some sort of course it is a monologue, but I also discuss stuff. That is how my mind works actually. I discuss stuff with myself real time. It's almost thinking out. What I'm doing now is basically thinking out loud. At the same time that I have a conversation with a viewer about painting and stuff. And of course, it many times becomes rants about different things, because everything in reality is basically is linked together. You know, painting is linked to everything else, or life, everything I do is linked to everything else I do. So, or which is in basically in existence. So I tend to wander off a lot, and for some that might be extremely boring. I have a few people who actually like it. That is great. I hope that grows, because I am going to start doing soon. I will start doing live streams, long live streams, like hours of hours. Yeah. So you can see and interact with me when I actually paint and ask questions in super chat or whatever. So yeah. Because I have a lot of paintings that's come up, and yeah. I'm going to buy myself a laptop now. The old one is, well, I have an old one, but I don't want to use that one because it's kind of breaking down soon. So yeah. Anyway, as you can see, I'm basically trying to figure out the directions. Trying to figure out, okay, if you're gonna have something that is mirrored, you have to have things going over it like this. And then you have to go in and maybe do a little bit, like this again. And then you just cross over again. And you go back and forth in that way to just make these things come together. And in the end, you might get that nice mirror glass effect, which I'm after in this. There's actually a lot of wet spots, it's a lot of water that was falling on the surface that is underneath that. Underneath that glass thing. And that's why you get this strange neons. These spots, actually. It's very dark, this shadow. A little deeper here. And yeah. And it's very difficult to see because sometimes my brain actually says, oh, it's blue. No, it's red. Oh, it's blue. No, it's... So I go back and forth like that. And it's quite stressful. And I think it's darker here. And I say, oh no, it's not dark, it's yellowish. I kind of go back and forth, but first I paint what's on top, and then I say, oh shit, there's something underneath, and then I start to try to paint what's underneath, and that is how I go back and forth and driving myself basically insane. Like here, it's yellowish in there, or it's a kind of a neutral yellowish tone, orange and blue and all kinds of neons. So you just have to work with it, go back and forth, until you start to feel a link together. That was just totally wrong, it's too much. So we'll add in some blue and tone her down again. Maybe go this way. And you see how difficult it is to find that right hue. It's not just a right hue, you have to find the right perspective, you have to find so many things you have to think about. So I was in pain for so long with my arthritis that my brain actually probably got inflated, inflammation in my brain, and has been hard actually to get back into the painting because my brain is feeling it as stressful. It's kind of, it's hard work for the brain. It used to be totally fluid. It used to be very, basically not easy, but it's never been easy. That's not true. But it can be exhausting, you know. And when things turn exhausting, you try to subconsciously to avoid it. It's like people who don't like to go to the gym because they don't like the pain. The difference here is that it's more a pain of not being able to connect. And especially when I was in pain, it was horrible because I really couldn't. In the end, I couldn't connect, and it made me, yeah, it was really, really rough. But it's now 1.5 years, basically since my last operation. No, almost 2 actually. No, 2 and 9. Yeah, 1 year and 9 months. And I messed up a little bit with too much training and got into some pain and stuff. So I messed up and prolonged my restitution process with actually doing exactly what the physician or the surgeon told me not to do. So that was stupid. But I am kind of stupid, so I'm kind of reckless with my own health when it comes to stuff like that. So. But anyway, I'm getting better, but I can actually still feel that when I get into that deep, deep stress. I call it deep stress because when you go into deeper detail and it's quite complex, it basically feels painful. But I also noticed that it's getting better, so hopefully I will be alright. Okay, be careful with your health and your brain, and keep painting. I think it turns out to as a nice onion in the end. Okay, the nightmare continues. As always, I am fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, and this is growing and growing and basically changing as I paint. Very annoying. And difficult. I'm just gonna make this kind of full end there. All the hours I put into something like this is just kind of crazy. But that's how it is. I really can't get myself to accept a bad result, and I more and more basically try to copy it. This one is quite important, I think. Therefore I am. And it's so easy to say. Consciousness. So very easy to say, actually. Not that easy to do. To get. It's kind of, how do you know that you're not a dumb person? It's a very good question. Anyway, it's like when people think they are good artists and the ones who tell them that they are is himself. It's like insisting that one is good in bed, and the truth witness of this is yourself. That's called narcissism. And it's very, very common among artists to be very self-absorbed in that way, that they really do believe that their work is great. And it's a serious problem for them as a human being and for their art. Because if you're already perfect, there is not much to learn, is there? Yay. The thing with this is that I have many other things to do. Many things. But I need to get this done, to be able to focus. I need to stop thinking about all the other things I'm going to do. Because if I do, I get distracted. The thing is, you must never come to a point where you try to finish something. You might think that you're at the end of the road with a painting and that you have so and so much time left on it, and then you don't focus and concentrate, and suddenly you have used 10 more hours on it. I think the best way is to think of the whole thing as just a long flow, and just let it basically finish itself. To me it's done when I have exhausted myself and I kind of hit my skill wall. 100 miles an hour, which I often do. It's funny, I'm listening a lot to Stoic philosophy and especially Seneca has this essay called The Shortness of Life, where he, among other things, talks about people talking about, when I get old, I'm gonna get more leisure and calm down and work slow and have some spare time. And sometimes I actually take myself in thinking the same thing. If I just can get on top with all my work and stuff, then maybe someday I can relax more and stuff. But the truth is that doing paintings is a struggle, and it will always be a struggle, and there won't be that kind of painting holiday for me. There won't come a time where I'm so good that I can relax. Because I will always try to push myself further. And the pain will just be moved to another level. And that is how it has been all the way back. Well, I had actually for maybe a year or two, all the way in the beginning, I had this honeymoon where I was basically blind and I didn't see how bad it was. I was kind of, I would call it some kind of mild narcissism, where I actually thought that I was a great artist, and of course I didn't know shit. But I thought I was quite good. But that didn't last. And since that, it's been a long struggle. And that is basically how it has to be. I've seen, and that must be because I've seen people not evolving their skill at all. They just don't evolve. They don't move their skills. For years, they do the same things over and over and over again, with no real progress. And I just find it bizarre how it is possible to do painting after painting after painting, but not actually evolving. But my hypothesis there is it is basically that thing I talk about. They do not have the necessary introspection to evolve. It's very hard to see. Oh yeah, okay. Let's almost go this side. I have to change my lighting in the studio again because I can't really see what I'm doing from some of the sides. That is so annoying. It's kind of the light is reflected in the wall and then sent out and it just hits the surface straight on. It's a very big problem for me. Yeah. Let's see. This one. Okay. Now I'm going to link this. Can't have a hole here. It needs to have basically the same color, just on a different level. There's a shadow going down, so I'll keep that. To explain the rounding of the onion. That light there is very important to center it more. It's darker there. It's dark here. Oh, so the nuances are just so close to one another that it can really drive you nuts. Of course, it's so sad because I had to use my glasses, and it's actually a big problem because they kind of stand in a way. They stand in a way. Maybe I should look into get my eyesight corrected with laser. It's quite dangerous because, as we know, my eyes are my tool. It's not the my eyes, it's not the thing I would prioritize screwing around with. can see how I work very slowly, different directions. I actually drag things this way to make the glass. My videos always become so long. And I wonder why. So, that is the brightest part, except from these. There's a spotlight there, and there, here. I actually do feel my back is breaking now. So I think it's time to quit for today and just continue tomorrow. I'm going to do one more flow, some music, and call it a day. I was actually going to start writing today, but wrong. Yeah, I'm exhausted now. It's clearly exhausted. There's no point in banging on anymore. See, I'm working in directions like this, as I was saying before, then I cross over, and I cross over here too. That is how you get that kind of opaque, kind of glassy type of feel to it. There's this white spot here, which actually is quite good. It's a reference point. It's not that stupid to have some things like this as an enhancer. And there's some here. I exaggerate her a little bit, but sometimes you have to exaggerate. Oof, anyway, I can feel it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. See you next time. Hallelujah. Okay, I'm gonna try to do the finishing touch-up on this today. The onion is growing like crazy, so I just have to get that done, or it's gonna be just impossible to finish. I'm gonna put on some Retouching varnish, as you can see, from Old Holland. As you can see, the shadows are coming out a little bit better. It has been drying for a few days, so I'm just gonna get this, and I will basically try to finish the last details and move on to the next one. I'm never gonna paint a red onion again unless no. There's always a temptation, but I hope I will avoid that temptation, because this is really difficult. And now I'm contradicting myself. I know. Sorry. That is how I am. I usually don't even agree with myself. So, okay, that was the Retouching varnish and Retouching varnish, and then I will wait on that has dried a little bit, and I will do some micro glazing some places and go in like a surgeon and do some more detail. Yay! Okay, here we are. It has been drying for a while, and I will now try to go in with the last details. Now I think I'm going to do a kind of tiny bit of a glaze, as I said, because to give it kind of a little bit more punch, maybe. In a different tool. Different pencil. It's always a problem with me. I tend to forget to wash my pencils, and yeah, that's never a good thing. You see, and some of it over here. So, what I want to do is just do some French ultramarine and craplac. That is what I use. I'm saying that like gazillion times in every video. I guess every video is a new. And I just go in here and I will kind of link these together a little bit. When I put on this glaze, it kind of gets a little bit more depth, and it's a way to enhance different things, to create more depth in it, and kind of give it a little bit more natural feel to it, because the colors is now falling into all the cracks, and basically enhances it. And also I get some oil into the paint. So is there another here? There's a little. I guess I'm losing my hair, am I? Anyway, so that's what I'm doing right now. Just gonna also put in some here behind, on top of this. Need to do something up here because it's kind of when I see it in a different light, it's kind of a little bit messy. So I need to get it to become a little bit more harmonious in the background too. So different things I have to do. Enhance shadows, get this to stand more, but it's very hard for me to actually see where this begins and ends in this. And I'm going to put in some very tiny colors to try to make that change, that difference. Okay. Like I can take some glaze here and enhance this a little bit behind here. So what I'm doing now is basically what I usually don't do. I use oil in my paint, or use the oil that is actually already on it, and try to get this to basically melt together. I don't want this line to be too harsh, and I also don't want it to be wrong, so I just have to, it basically disappears in here. Do like this with the background in the glaze and get some pictures out of that. There's a lot of things you can do actually, so you just have to find basically what suits you. Now the onion now has changed dramatically since a couple of days ago when I painted on it last time. But I'm going to try to, I'm going to stick to the shape I did, and I'm going to just add in some things that strengthens the shapes. The good things about the glaze now is when I put on new color, the colors that is in the glaze is now melting. It kind of melts into the color I put on, and yeah, so it feels more natural. You know, I'm always trying to enhance stuff and get it over into the more sculptural realm. So that's what I'm doing now. It has changed. I'm not going to start changing stuff. I'm not going to add more shadows or anything. I'm going to stick with it, because if I start to change it, it becomes a never-ending story. Because now it's changing. It was stable for a long time, but then it started to grow and it's not stable anymore. Now I'm going to try to put on some very tiny reds top of here, just to get a difference between the foreground and the background. There are some lights hitting here too, and like this, and here tiny lights on top of these things. So it kind of explains the shape a little bit better. Also, mustn't get any white into that. I just enhance it a little bit. Because this is very much darker than, it is a little, well, not very much, but it is a little bit darker than the background. But it also is in a hole, so it's kind of trying to get that sweet spot where it seems like it's shadow, and I make them a little bit different from one another without it being too hard. So maybe like this, with some more red in it. I use vermilion, and I use the Graplac, and I use different types here now. And I will have some light on top of there, but I want to scrape away actually some of the glaze there instead of adding more. I'll just scrape away some. Maybe I need to add more, but also taking things away as many times better than actually, because what happens now is that I keep some of the glaze in it, and yeah, and it gives a texture. If I pour in a lot of color on top of it, it might be too might wind up and be, should I say, stuffed? Is that the right word? I'm gonna try out with a little bit of reddish there, a little bit of brighter, maybe vermilion, very kind of watercolory, or like it's just kind of on top of the black, so it seems like there's a light that hits it, like this. And that kind of explains it a little bit, I think. This one here. Maybe that was a little bit too much. So anyway, that is how something like this. And you see how I use the glaze now to create a little bit of textures in the background there. Maybe go up and down. Use my fingers. Can try to get this, kind of get the very subtle thing. I'm going to try to enhance this a little bit, and this just a tiny bit. need to enhance a little bit of the shape here, and I need to get this thing underneath here to work for me. And just tiny adjustments. And this is the point where you really exhaust yourself, because it's so easy to screw it up. So yeah. See that? Just boom. And you get So this one disappears underneath there. You know, if I only do this and I don't touch the onion itself, it might be enough. The onion is changing so much. I'm going to show you the onion when I'm done. How much it actually changed. When it started to grow, tiny bit of white, and just of course, if you take a photograph of an onion, it would be way easier to do this, because it will never change and it's very fixed colors. Photograph will not, my experience anyway, is that a photograph will not, what do you say, confuse me as much as a live object are doing, because when you look at live object, they tend to change a lot all the time. See now, just some oil so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. My brain always wants to paint things way more bright, or than So, get some more live into that. Go this way. There's one here. And it goes up like this. And there's one here. better, I think. It's always a kind of balance between. I wonder if people actually see the struggle I have. It's quite a struggle, actually, even for something as insignificant as an onion. Now, I wouldn't say that any artwork is insignificant, but when you compare it to great art and all the beauty that is created, it becomes kind of it is this personal struggle, and it is important to me, very important actually. So yeah. To make a little tiny bit of maybe so yeah, that was better. And there's a shadow there. Like this. Yeah, I think it's going to start to get a little bit more shape. And what I was thinking about was up here, because it's kind of a little bit of a mess up there, so I need to even that out. Maybe I do that in the end. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that in the end. I'm just going to try to get the last important pieces into place. Now there are some very bright areas here on the tip of these, so I will try to get this in. It's kind of a cadmium yellow-ish. Yeah, something like that. Different shape like this. So all these small things are quite important for the sense of reality, or that's it actually. Because of course my paintings are exaggerations of reality. That is no doubt about it. It is not a perfect photographic rendition. It is a subjective, usually exaggerated version of reality. I would call myself an exaggerator. But I think it's kind of turning out pretty well now. And this was 20 minutes, so I'll just keep on painting for a while, and I will show you the last work later. I have no idea how long time it will take. Okay, I'm almost there. I have to say, it's basically done, almost. I'm just gonna do a tiny touch up. Not much actually. Need to push it in a little bit. Now it had just grown out of its in one, because I painted on this yesterday, and today it has changed so much, and it's good that I actually finished it now, because it is really falling apart. So then I'm gonna get the frame, and I'm gonna give it away to one of my patrons. So it's almost like when you are at this point, you are basically afraid touching it. You know, I know that it's so little that will actually ruin it. And I think I've worked around the whole thing now, and I think it's okay. You know, I think it come to a point where I really don't really know where to go. As I said, also keep changing, so it's very hard for me to do more details, because you know, this is a slight glaze. I also want to do a glaze in there. Now I can do some micro glazing, just adding some blue here, and give it a little bit more. Also maybe a little bit over the white, because there are more blue in this, so it kind of gives it a little bit more zest, whatever. So funny, I went for a walk today, and tonight actually, in the park, and I found a MacBook laptop. A young dude who has student who's probably gotten very drunk with his friends in the park. They misplaced his bag with his MacBook, and he probably reckoned that he's never going to see it again. And there was a passport and ID also in the bag, so I just have to give it back. I always wanted a MacBook, but you know, when you have the ID of the guy and stuff, I just can't get myself to keep it. You know, I could just delete everything of his stuff on it and, you know, use it myself, but it's not the right thing to do. And you know, when you talk about the right things to do, you should actually do the right things also. It's not enough to just talk about it. It is like that with watching porn, it's like that with everything you do. You should try to live the life you were talking about. Now, when I found it, I actually hoped that there were no ID, that there were no passport, no password or anything. But I actually found a laptop that I'm using a little bit, but there was absolutely no password and no name and nothing. It was just probably, but it worked, so I took it home. But there were no known owner of it, and it was actually thrown into a trash can also. So, that's different. But this guy is gonna be one happy camper when he sees my message on the Facebook when he wakes up. So it's gonna be fun. Anyway, I think it's not. Don't you tell me what you think in comments. I would really like to know. I think I'm just gonna sign it and yeah, I'm just gonna sign it. Where am I going to sign it? Just gonna sign these small paintings. I just signed them K, IV, and I will also sign it on the back, the frame. So I'll just do K, and then A. You know, the problem with signing, I really hate this because it always collides with the rest of the painting. Maybe I should sign it with my whole name. What do you think? Should I sign it with my whole name? Huh? Yeah. Do like, oh no, we can't get higher. Can I get higher? Oh, it's okay. So, if I sign it over there, it becomes too bright, and there's becomes too dark. So, what I try to do is just find right here, and do KAV. These small ones, I like the tiny. Just K. No, okay, I'm gonna do a segment where I actually sign. Okay, with the frame. I'm gonna sign it when I have the frame on, because if I sign it when I have the frame on, I can actually see. Because some of the a little bit of the canvas is disappeared behind the frame, so I'm just gonna wait until I get the framing, and then I see where to put it. It's a better thing to do. So I'm just gonna do a little bit more touch up here, give it a little bit more bang for buck. It's always nice to finish stuff. Just love it. It's so silent now. I'm silent inside my head. Silent everywhere. Okay, yeah, that was nice. That was a nice addition, actually. You see, this is pure vermilion. I think it's cadmium. Pure cadmium. And that actually gave it a little bit of a joof. I don't know what a joof is, but it sure gave it a little bit extra. And this light here can also get a little bit extra. It can actually be enough to, you see that? Because that light reflects this light, or that light. And if you look in Rembrandt's paintings, he's using these techniques all the time. And it is so important to understand this. And you can't really get to that without going through the whole mess that I'm painting. When I'm painting, I'm going all the way, and that's the only way you can actually get to a point where you can add details like that. If you only do sketches, you will never be able to get to a point where you add that kind of subtle details. So that is in its own right is a good reason to go as far as you can with your paintings. And yeah. Can add also tiny highlights. Some yellow maybe. There, on top of that. There. These small things now gives it that thing. Was that one light? Too light, maybe. The goal for me as a painter, as I've been saying many times, is just to get it right. That's all. There is no other thing that I prioritize. yeah. Now it's actually changing. This onion is now growing while I'm painting. It is totally absurd. I can actually see it changing, how the shadows are changing. That is how fast it grows now. It has just exploded. I guess that's fine. Maybe that's good. Huh? It's not perfect, but it's okay. Yeah, that's 60 minutes painting, and I think it actually came out quite well. Oh, it's very bright now suddenly. So, yeah. Anyway, I will show you the painting when I sign it, and this was basically the last segment. Hope you enjoyed the ride, and remember to give it a thumbs up. Yeah, it was a little bit more of a touch up, but you can see how the onion is now. It's just growing like crazy, and it's too late to stop this, so that is how it is now. Funny enough, you can actually see from the side here how it has changed, and there is not much to do. It's very difficult to paint these onions because they are so the nuances so much red, but actually it became better when I got some green into it. It came alive, and it's a good thing. Anyway, next segment is signing, so I see. Okay, here it is. I just got the frame, so what I'm going to do now is actually to put on a signature, and this is how it turned out in the end. It's always difficult to put on a signature because you don't really know where you want to put it. Do I put it here? Do I put it there? Now if I put it here, it's kind of comes into a conflict with some of the things I've painted in. Sometimes I think it's nice to just put it in the back, you know, because it's darker, but I will try to do both here and see what happens, see if it works. So yeah. Do I do my whole name? It's a small painting, so I don't want the signature to kind of dominate the painting, and that is also a problem that I face. But then again, you also want the signature to actually show. So what do I do? Do I put it here? Anyway, if I say K, A, Vikshåland, maybe I should start here and see what happens. I'm using a very small pencil. Actually, I have even smaller pencils than this for signing. So maybe I have even a smaller one. Maybe this is even better. A tiny pencil. See what happens. And for this I'm using kraplack or alzarin and blue, and I'll just see what happens here. I put the frame on because sometimes I put the signature too far down, so it kind of comes into conflict with the frame, and you don't want. You see, that's just totally the wrong color too. It's way too hard. So I think I'm going to put it up here instead, because it will kind of dominate down here. Just see if that is okay, because then I can go even darker. I can do some black, blue, and kind of hide the signature, but it's there anyway. Just see what happens. I think I'm going to put it in. If I put K, V, and then Vikshåland and the number, you can do that. Put in K. Nah, it's just. No. Small. Okay, if I mix, maybe I should go down there again and just mix in some white into the color. Let's see what happens then. You know, it's not that easy. Maybe I should just do KIV for this small painting, KIV. That could be enough for this. Maybe that's the solution. Just okay. A, and I put V for Victor, and then I write 21. It's way too strong, way too much. Or is it? Yeah, it just dominates the whole thing. Horrible. The horror. Oh, the horror. It just dominates. It's not pretty. So annoying. I also need some chirp. What do I do? I almost wish I didn't have to have any signature on at all, because I mean, my stamp, it's not that hard to see who has painted my paintings. You know, there's one. Try this one. Maybe I should take it out of the frame, so it doesn't come so high up, that it comes all the way down there. Well, I'll just see what happens. I'll do some bluish, some reddish, some kind of a more neutral color for it. See what happens. See now. Okay. Yeah, maybe that is okay. K. That is actually K. A. Now you see it kind of travels over that one, and it basically ruins everything. Oh, fuck. You know, I'm just gonna put it in here. Maybe there, in the background. Maybe up here. Oh. Well, there, this side. Because that doesn't come in. Yeah, I can do that. I don't know if there's any rules about
what side you have to put the signature on. Let's see if I can actually get it in now. Now you can see it. Okay, like this. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put it on, because there will be a little bit more balance, we're going to put it on here. I know it is supposed to be over here, but it kind of crosses over this one. So I'm going to do it here. Maybe that would be better. You never know. But then I can actually use some orange color, maybe. Some black. A color that is a little bit more similar to this. Just see what happens here. Okay. Dot A dot V V K S. This one seems to be good doing now, right? X or there is a round thing over there. So if you search my name, you have to do that thing here. Vikshåland, L, A, N, D, and 2, 0, 2, 1. That was actually much better. Kind of the different hues there. Just do like this. Take out some of the color. And I guess I'm alright. You see, now it kind of balanced because of this and this kind of, and it kind of almost disappeared. So it works quite well, I think. If you see. Yeah, because this is a 30.30 centimeter painting, and yeah, okay, I'm going to show you the painting now, and voila, here you can see the finished artwork. Been working with all these textures and all the things. As you can see, and during the process it started to grow, and this is how it turned out. And it's kind of nice in a way, and it's always difficult with these red onions because it's so hard to get the shapes and stuff in, but I feel it became quite okay. So anyway, this is how it turned out, and this is how it's gonna be. So with this, I hope you enjoyed the tutorial, and if not, it is just too bad, isn't it? Okay, welcome to the end of the video. Here you can see the photo of it and some details and textures. If you'd like to support my channel, please go to Patreon and sign up for $1 or $15. For $5 and up, you can actually get your hands on one of these paintings. And for $15, I will teach you to paint through Skype or whatever. Also, give a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, and I hope to see you in the next video.